once again. Huzzah! Alright, moment of truth. Can you hear me? Am I echoing? Except for, you know, normal room echoes, which I know my streaming studio still has issues with. No echo. Yes! Okay. This is going to feel really weird to me. I am literally going to feel like I'm just talking to myself because I have no headset on or anything like that. But at least the freaking microphone's working. So, success. We're getting there. Okay. Good, good, good. Good, good, good. Let's bring the game and everything up. Now, where was Victoria on this list of games? It's got to be here somewhere. Do, 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 do. Okay, seriously, where is Victoria? There it is. And then, boop, over to the main screen. And there we are. Hello. Oh man, it feels so weird not having a headset on. I might put the headset on just so I have it on, although then I'm not going to be hear a damn thing. Hopefully the stream gods are kinder today. Yeah, that would be nice. I feel like I'm still missing something. I'm still missing the visual bit to make the camera behave, because I can see the background's going crazy. Focus off and light balance. Okay, that should be all of that. So, hello, my name is Mordred Viking, and I'd like to welcome you, finally, to the first stream of this goddamn weekend. Man, it's just been a cacophony of madness. Yeah, as I started saying, my headset gave out, and I think the microphone gave out at the same time, but actually, I think it was the fact that my headset plugs in through the microphone, so it was basically compounding everything, because as soon as I unplugged it, things seemed to be working again. And the fact that the microphone is working as a microphone is a pretty good example of that. So yeah, I need to buy a new headset, but that is a lot less hard to replace than my entire audio system. We are going to be playing some Victoria 3, but this is not just any Victoria 3. Oh, no, 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 no. This is Anbennar. Checking audio levels. Right, I'm going to turn the audio on. I'm going to have no idea when it comes to audio levels and stuff, so do let me know how it sounds in comparison to my voice. And then hopefully that'll work okay. So we're going to do a new game. Just going to do start game. And this is the moment of truth as to whether Anbennar is working, because I was expecting there to be a different loading screen. but there wasn't. Had the same headset and also needed to replace it. Well, thankfully it was one I got for free from Paradox, so the cost of having that one wasn't too bad. But yeah, I'm going to need to get myself another one. Alright, so Anbennar. Here is the world in 1820. Basically, as soon as EU4's Anbennar ends, this begins. So this is the canon setup of the game. And the first thing we are going to do is check on the dwarves. I mean, obviously. So, this is a little harder to see. So we've got Amaldir up here. We have Der Vazatun as a puppet. So these are the throne dwarf. Oh, that's a massive Grombar. Good grief. Cracked Umvor still exist. Ever so slightly isolated. Cook's head tray. I don't know what they are. Oh, kobolds. How the hell did they get there? And then we got Crux Hectra orcs. Kugdir should be dwarves. Yep, that's the Agate dwarves. The Magocratic Domain. Nasistran Coronite. Right. They are... Okay, I don't recognise any of these names except for Blade Marchers. Oh, and Cardia, and Newshire. Okay, there's a couple. Ironheart, no idea. Encardia, ring a bell? Oh, Newshire is their puppet. Huh. Arion, no idea. Blade Marchers, I do know. Culture Marcher, so I'm guessing they're human. Goblin. Human? Ungol Davor is orcs. Marhold is the combination human dwarf group, I think. I think they're primarily humans. Aren't they the ones with griffins? Crime-Vara. The Vivin Empire. I have no idea. Black Powder Anbennar. No idea. I'm guessing human. Maybe half-elf. Moonhaven I recognise. Silverforge I recognise. Oh! They are a puppet of the Black Powder Republic. Lawrence here. That's good. Ruby Hold, that's dwarves. They actually managed to maintain independence. Oh no, they're a protectorate of Lorient. And then we've got the Red Glades, which are also a protectorate. So Lawrence got some dwarves and some elves under them. And they managed to beat the stupid island people. Stupid island elves, that's good. Small country exist! Huzzah! So these are, of course, the halflings. Then we've got the gnomish hierarchy. Who are the gnomes? Kobolzan. So the kobolds actually managed to survive in the mountains, somehow. Reveria are a puppet, I'm going to guess, or the gnomish hierarchy. Yes, they are. It's this. Breck. This is a combination of gnomes and kobolds. Huh. Northern League, which is the... yeah, it's Gowed. It's the upgraded version of Gowed. Bavex up there. Vertesk is down there. Busalar still exists. Ovdal Tunga still exists. Those are the Navy Dwarves. Are they independent? No, they're a protectorate of Busalar. Okay. Overclan, I'm going to guess, are goblins. Soijikaru Cartel, goblins. I don't really know any of this area. Arg, Udston, Diamond Dwarves. And then over here... Alright, the important one is who won the war between Ovdal Khanzad and the Command? I have no idea. Because that's in this area. The Soldiers' Republic, I'm guessing, yeah, are the Hobgoblins. So these are the offshoot of the command. There's that bit, which was the command. So we've got Zerko de Radin, which are goblins. Wow, they lost their homeland to goblins? That's embarrassing. Dakas Kravizia, goblins. Nirkovesto, goblins. Oh dear, it's not looking good. Unless who's that? Oh, that's a lake. Hobgoblins. What am I playing as? No idea yet. Eastmo dwarves are Gulan. That's unfortunate. I'm actually really surprised Ovdol Kanzad didn't survive. There's Verkol Gulan, which are the gold dwarves. But they fell to the Jad. Harpies, Serrani, and Elves. There's Segdir, which were the... These were the ones that were friendly with the Elves. Orcs. Goblins. Full Yorkat, lead dwarves. No idea. Mouth breathers. Okay, that's funny. Goblins. There's Urdis clan. Goblins. 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 Man, there's so many goblins that survived. Cavebreaker. Fire scale kobolds. Garnet dwarves. Ovdal Ludum. Oh, these are the love dwarves. Obsidian Legion. Oh, these are the dark dwarves, right? So they actually managed to survive. Arg Udstrom is the diamond dwarves. Arglovar cobalt dwarves. Overclans goblins. Goblins. What's this bit? Fire-marked gnolls. What kind of terrain is this? Oh, it's a river. The rivers are apparently separate from the inland bits. Okay, that's kind of interesting. Boat dwarves are alive, yeah. Ovdal Tonga, they are these bits. They're a puppet of Buceloth, though. Now, did the Zeppelin people survive? They did! Phaeton! I don't remember anything about any of the other guys, except maybe the Dragon Command. Which I would oh, there's dwarves. Ozovar. So actually there is a further east dwarf. Yeah, I don't remember anything about this area, except for Python. Because I did play a fairly long game. Wait, Gnomish Hierarchy are out here? That's a colony. Bucelar Hales Company, that's also a colony then. Laurentish Hales Company. Also, not India was taken over by Laurent. Belvari, these were the Rakshasa, the cat people, I think. This didn't exist the last time I played Anbennar. this was all colonizable. So Laurent went crazy on the colonization. Trolls Bay Accord. Samicius protect... No, they have protectorates. That's Laurent. Neratica. They're one of these. Kobolds. These are gnomes and kobolds. I don't remember much of this stuff at all. I don't know, this was available, but I literally never played down here. And yeah, all of this is new. Always wanted to see Anbennar done with Victoria's system. Did they manage to get magic to work? I have no idea. I literally just started this up. That's why I'm so interested in the map, because this is the bit I remember the most. I have not played Anbennar probably for 2 years. Sharky are gnomes, goblins, and kobolds living together and doing artifices. Nice. What nation will I play? Literally no idea. I was kind of hoping that Obdel Kanzad would exist, because that would be the starting place for me. Because they are the ones I remember definitely the most about, except for Laurent. Yeah, most of the people except for Phaeton, who I played as, don't exist. Like we had a Danica over here. Laurent, obviously. I did play as the Mithril Dwarves. That's not Hull Yorkad. Hull Yorkad's one of the holds that I took. Amildir are basically impossible to form when I played, so I'm actually kind of amazed that they managed to form. Cragdumvor were always interesting because they were so isolated, and looks like they are even more isolated now. Right, then these are the ogres. No, centaurs. That's the ogres. And then the Riverland Republic, whatever they were called. Big Honeyeater. No offense to the Anbennar staff, but I wish that wasn't the world setting that got first proper total overhaul mod. Okay. EU4 Anbennar, recent update, Final Empire, revamped Sarhol and Lizard Folk. I mean, like I said, I have not played this probably in 2 years. The EU4 version. Like, all of this is new. I know it's the Knoll stuff, at least up here, but I have zero context with that. Small country, I did actually do a long game. Port Nam survived? Huh. And independent too. Though they're absolutely tiny. Oh no. Lawrence and Overlord. They're not the same colour though. I guess because they're a protectorate, same as the... No, Small Country are actually independent. So Small Country I do have connection to. Gnomish Hierarchy I do as well. I feel like I did do a Kugtir game. Didn't enjoy it as much and then switched to Ovdal Kanzad. Now where was Ovdal Kanzad? kind of hard to see where it all is. I think it might have been this. Which is unfortunately Goblin. Maybe it was this one. No, I think it was this one. Then that, I guess, is the exit. Oh no, it's a passage. Yeah, between here and here. And this was the command, I remember that. I'm really surprised that the Hobgoblins lost the command. And yeah, I'm fairly sure that this was Ovdor Kanzad, because he had all the cave systems down here that you could settle. The goblins have a Lich ruler. The ruler is the Green Goblin start of EU4. Huh. Command had a huge civil war and imploded. Ah, I see. I mean, it would be kind of interesting if Ovdor Kanzad existed literally as this, and then had the Lich gnomes everywhere, Lich goblins everywhere else. That would feel very Ovdor Kanzad. Just like lock down the holes and just put cannon everywhere. So the most interesting turn of events happened in Rahan Yanshan with the rending that led to the current state of Halas. Which I'm guessing is this thing? Which again, no context. Oh, Bucelara down here. So Bucelara and Laurent seem to be the major colonizers. I'm a little bit surprised. Oh no, Northern League have little bits here and there. And Gnomish Hierarchy as well. Actually, Gnomish Hierarchy have a lot. So Laurent, Gawad, Gnomish Hierarchy, Bucelara seem to be the colonizers. Gunpowder, Republic, Gunpowder, Anbennar, whatever. It's such a bad name. Have little bits here and there. I vaguely remember doing a game here. Because this is where the half-orcs were. So I'd be tempted to do Phyton because I have good memories of them. I just don't remember anything of the stuff around them. So probably one of the dwarves. Unfortunately, these are all the dwarves I never played as. Although I did go and form Amaldir in one of the games. Yeah, this is the capital of Amaldir, which were like the main kingdom of the dwarves. And Durvazatun, are they the science dwarves or the ram dwarves? I don't remember. Command lost at the very peak of their power, but they were literally fighting everyone in Halas when the spirits also joined due to scheming of the Onai who breached the wall to the High Temples. Oh, is this Halas? I was thinking this was Halas. What's this? Tried out Gnomish Hierarchy in the mod, but I had no idea what you were doing. Yeah, I have a feeling it's going to be the same for me. I'm already not massively familiar with Victoria, let alone late game Anbennar. So I'm thinking at the moment maybe Amaldir. Could also do cooked deer to have a little bit more interaction with these guys. Watch out for Grombar, they're quite aggressive. Yeah, I was kind of expecting Grombar to be aggressive considering who they are. 10th GDP, 5th GDP, 4th, 2nd. Who the heck's first, oh Jad? No, they're 12th. Melek Mengi? Never even heard of them. These are apparently the Great Britain of this game. Never even heard of them. I'm actually kind of as surprised the Jadans are as 12th. They're a lot weaker than I expected them to be, because they've become an absolute powerhouse in E4 usually. Because they're control of all the trade that comes through here. They're basically the Ottomans. Remember the Littlefolk Knolls is Sarhol. Ah, so this is Sarhol and this is Halas. Which is a lot smaller than I remember it being. Dwarves. Oh, there's marble dwarves too. But they're a vassal of the Ogre clan. Unfortunately, I never actually played as Ovdil Tunga in EU4, so otherwise I would probably pick them. I'm leaning towards Amaldir or Cookdir. Cookdir. What's their capital? What's this, I think? Yeah, they're basically the entrance to the Serpent Spine. Leaning towards Cookdir. Okay, dwarves. I think I did play as Cookdir. I think that Cookdir was technically my very first game, which I very promptly lost. And then I think it was probably Commander Faceless told me that you can play as one of the nomadic dwarves before they settle. No, Cookdir is one of the adventurers. They start as an adventurer, but they basically settle right at the entrance. And then they told me about the holdout holds, which start really small but then can expand, and that's when I did Optil Kanzad, which to this day remains one of my favourite playthroughs of EU4 ever. Which is why I'm so gutted that they don't exist here. Cooked deal with the bank dwarves. That's Rubyhold, isn't it? I thought Rubyhold were the bank dwarves. And... Oh no, Kugdir are the guys who were financed by Silverforge. Silverforge sent an expedition that became Kugdir. Sod it, we're doing Kugdir. Let's make a decision and go with it. Magical traditions. So there is magic, apparently, of some form. Magical traditions are the spells, rites, incantations, bathing rituals, and techniques practiced by your mages on the national level. Each magical tradition has its own interest group, attractions, and spells. Spells are shared between magical traditions, so their quantity makes each magical tradition unique. So we're magisterial and rune carving. Magisterial. Production spells, deposit divination, spellwoven luxury, magical arts, mass plant growth. Evocation core, mage shield, spell knights, foreseen battle. Perfected terrain, magical feasts, ritualistic authority, transmuted gold reserves, rituals of empathy. Magicrats and mages, and then rune carving. Similar. Although more defensive. And are also politically unaligned. Of interest. So Amaldir are just rune carving, so they're pure dwarves. You know what? Sod it. Pure dwarves. Let's go Amaldir. And the reason I chose Amaldir is because I know they have the really fertile areas around them as well. Did I do a game as Amaldir? Because don't ogres start in here that you have to fight really early on or something like that? So we're losing tons of money. Though that may sort itself out as soon as we're on pause. Magical expertise. Oh, here's a resource. Okay, that's interesting. Has that been added? Yeah, I think it has. Alright, what's our economy doing? Where can I see my overall output? This is where my knowledge... Ooh, spells. This is where my knowledge of the game fails. Oh, so they've used laws instead of spells. Spells instead of laws. Do they still have laws on top of that? Institutions, that's the one I was looking at. So yeah, they have a system just like institutions, but for magic. Okay, interesting. Right. So dyes are cheap, hardwood's cheap. That's not necessarily what we ourselves produce. Okay, we have a lot of modifiers. Dwarven hold. Underground. Dwarven hold. Dwarven hold. This is the reason that Amaldir is nice, because they're basically 4 dwarven holds right next to each other. And then a whole bunch of farmable terrain. So yeah, we have a lot of irrigation in these two, so agricultural output's going to be good. And present here we have coal mines. We have lots of coal. Cave coral. Which becomes wood and hardwood. And gold. We have iron. Cave coral mithril. I'm going to assume that Mithril's quite rare. And then here we have coal, lead, cave coral. Actually a lot of open arable land too. This one we've got iron and cave coral. And dyes. Eastern Serpent's Vale. We have wheat, sugar, massive amounts. Livestock and vineyards. Wheat, vineyard, livestock, sugar. Wheat, vineyard, livestock, sugar. And we also have this section, which is just cave coral and a little bit of mushroom farming, which ironically produces grain. They should probably just make that like basic foodstuffs or something. And then my buddies up here do serpent bloom, which is also grain. Amaldir is originally held by the Orc tag, the Shattered Crown, and there's Ogre tag outside the mountain as well. They have a huge army for Victoria gained. Yes. Bolstered Hammersmith. And Gotrek Breakbeard. What's Gotrek and Felix's surname? Gotrek from Gotrek and Felix. I'm going to assume it's not Breakbeard. Although that would be a nice nod to Warhammer. So lots of infantry, lots of artillery, no cavalry. The perfect army. Now, mobile artillery is actually the upgraded form of artillery. It's not just cannon. Light infantry is also a significant upgrade. Oh, gotta love the placeholder art there. That's beautiful. Here's where we can see what we're actually producing. So we have food industries, which are doing groceries from grain and sugar. We have textiles that's doing clothing from fabric and dyes. We have furniture from tools, fabric and wood. We have tools from wood, iron and flawless metal. Is that a special? Yeah, Mithril supports. Adds the flawless metal consumption too. And flawless metal for us is very cheap, so we probably want to double down on that if we can. We have paper mills. We have arms industry, which is also using mithril. We have artillery, which is not using mithril. Mushroom farms. Oh, which also produces magical reagents. Interesting. Wheat farms, which is food and also magical reagents. And then livestock, which is fabric and meat. So livestock is where we're getting our fabric from, so it's basically leather. The mithril mines are producing the flawless metal. Coal mines producing the coal. Iron mines iron. Gold mines gold. Cotton plantations are also doing fabric. Dye plantations are doing dyes. Sugar's doing sugar. Vineyards is doing wine. And then the usual support. bits and pieces. Oh, is cave coral subsistence farming? No, subsistence farming is subsistence farming. Dwarven hold. Light industry throughput. Transportation. We have a little bit of a construction sector. And we have urban centres as well. But the Dwarven holds actually are the ones that produce extra light industry throughput. And what, pray, is light industry? Hey, Faceless. Alright. That's given me no real ideas of what to do. Tech tree looks mostly unchanged. I think that we can probably make a significant amount of money from weapon production because we have a lot of iron and a lot of mithril and also tools. So this is going to be like Sweden all over again, minus, I guess, the wood. I don't think we're going to do any colonizing. Not from where we are. And having a powerful military-industrial system, I think, would be quite good if Anbennar, or what are they called? The northern guys come knocking. So Army Reserves gives us more conscriptable battalions. Paddle steamer is not necessary. We are not even close to the sea. That takes 5 years to research, so I don't think we're quite at that level yet. Unlocks growth beans. Cool beans. Doodad artificeries. Canneries would allow us to upgrade our food industries. We do have a fair amount of food industries. This requires lead, which we do produce. We are the lead dwarves. Wait, no we're not. The lead dwarves were Holyokat. What dwarves are we? Chromium. So investment's looking good. What am I losing money on? Probably that massive military. Yeah, my money's going to disappear quite quickly, especially when we actually start producing things. Magical expertise is also in deficit. Because we're spending a fair amount on spells, which is interesting. Imbued armor adds more defense for our regular line and skirmish infantry. I mean, that's kind of okay. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Okay. So how do I generate spell? So the only reason I'm paying too much right now is because that's level 2. Ah, generation. Production methods. The Hall of the Ancestors produces magic. And I ain't seeing a Hall of the Ancestors in here. So what's that? Oh, universities. That kind of makes sense. So if I go to buildings, because I know I have 3 universities, so I'm wondering if I just build a 4th university, if that would do it. And it uses up magical reagents, which are relatively rare for us. But it would give us another level of magical expertise, so we wouldn't be short anymore. So what penalty is this giving us? 6% tech spread. What's tech spread? Oh, that's other people spreading their tech to me. How much? 6? Eh. So I don't think that we need to get a university going, at least not yet. It was the farms that was producing the magical reagents. 8 per level. Eight per level. I have 53 of those things. How much magical reagents are you consuming? $21. Yeah, I think I just need to unpause the game and just let things balance out. So in the meantime, atmospheric engine would also be really good for my industrial capabilities. Intensive agriculture would let us get better food production going, but I think atmospheric engine is the one we want. Shortage of fruit, which I'm not sure we produce. Artillery is expensive, so we probably want to build up the artillery. So yeah, let's... no, I want to queue something up so we have something in production. How is our population looking? Is Kraktunvor a minion of ours? Yes, we have the Northern Holds Pact, so they are in an alliance with us. So if Grombark goes knocking for Krakdumvor, then we will get called into that. So it looks like the battles will be here and here. Oh no, that's not true. Oh, they control this bit. We just control this bit. Where are the armies assembled at the moment? King's Rock headquarters. Yeah, that's fine. And then the small army can go and guard this, and then the big army can go and guard this. Right, we still haven't decided what we need to build. Any journal entries? Hold a grand exhibition, so no. So there is actually quite a hefty demand, particularly in our region, for artillery at the moment. So I think I'm going to upgrade our artillery production. Which at the moment is just level 1, so let's get you up to level 2. Speed 4. Awesome. Money just disappears. So we're not making a profit even if we're not producing anything, which is kind of concerning. That might be because we haven't done anything with our budget. So we have consumption taxes on food, really? We are making a lot of money from the consumption tax on groceries, but that's going to be making our people really poor. Although basic foods are available for anyone. And we already do iron frame production, but that shouldn't be such a problem for us. And we're right on the border of hostile enemies, so I don't think we can really afford to do that. Maybe what we need to do is build up the gold mine some more. Alright, let's queue up another gold mine after the artillery foundry is done. What's the... oh, max level of 1. So it's already maxed out. More reagents. Population consumption. Oh, it's the population that's consuming the most, not the university. But yeah, I think that a little bit of this just needed to be letting things balance out. I have a lot of diplomatic influence. So we should probably be trying to seek out some additional allies. More hold. Wild. That doesn't look good. You guys are wary. Cookdeer could be another natural ally for the northern powers. So let's go ahead and improve relations with Cookdeer. Magama is not interested in us, and they also have a border with Grombar. Who is the strongest power of these guys? Magama by a long way. But do we really want to be making friends with them? Or we could also go with Northern League. You know what? I think I like that more. Yeah, Northern League are actually really powerful. Let's go ahead and send you... Oh, I can't. Why can't I send you opinion improvement? They have a rivalry with Grumbar. Speaking of which, who are your rivals? Northern League. So yeah, Northern League are kind of a natural ally. Oh, strategic reason. Right. That's under Magic Lens. Player interest. Perudia. And probably the North Plains, although Ascan could also be a good choice. Go with North Plains. Now I should be able to... Oops. Still can't. Is it because they're too far away? Northern League, the most advanced and powerful nation at the start of Victoria Anbennar. Not actually true. These guys are. These are number 1. I don't think they're even number 2. I think Lorentz number 2. GDP 5th. 3rd. 4th. 12th. 9th. 16th. Who was number 2? 8th. Oh, hang on, I can look in here. Haha. Lawrence number 1. Northern League's number 2. Black Powder. Milek Menji. Nemish Hierarchy. Grombar. Dragon Command. Callisto. Busalar. Jad Danzar. Ves Udus Clan. Conal Katep. Trolls Bay. Vivin Empire. Nahana Jad. Obsidian Legion, the 10th. Well, this list is all over the place at the moment as things are still settling again. So money deficits are coming down a little bit. We're halfway done with the artillery. And having our own artillery production should reduce the cost of having to import all the guns. So I think that's going to be able to save us a fairly considerable amount of money. How are we doing on small arms? And tools. Tools are okay. Small arms are actually really cheap. Magic reagents are where there's a lot of expense. Iron's expensive. Because of the construction sector. Interesting. So we could expand the iron mines, although because we're getting atmospheric mining at the... or atmospheric engine at the moment. That's tech. You count for iron mines? You do. So this is going to double the number of tools required. The tools are actually relatively cheap, it's just iron that's not. Which is a little bit surprising. Do I have access to the world market? Why would I not? I thought that was just a thing that was automatic. Ah, delicious. You were right. And cooked deer I'm already doing, and I think I might just do Magnama. Just so I'm throwing about my weight a little bit. Maybe there's Gnomish Hierarchy. word, please. The minister halfway to the door, startled at the sound. A man drew into the hallway bearing a leather-bound dossier. It was of them. He knew his appearance was unmistakable. So you want to enact dedicated police force. Which virtually everyone is in favor of. So yeah, I'll support that. That could. And a good vintage. The wine produced in chromium has been lauded by sommeliers as outstanding. I will take the... I'm going to take the output, actually, because we just started taxing wine. So the more wine there is, the more we can tax it, right? And police force. So let's go and start passing... Still losing 16k. Need to research airship trading building to have access. Which I would assume that Phaeton starts with, seeing as they are the airship nation. That's the only airship I'm seeing. Ah, cargo, right. Yes, I do remember how this works. At which point you then... That's replaced convoys. Convoys used to be up there. Alright, well... that's a long way away, actually. Stock exchange isn't too bad. So how are we trading with markets then? I've never played an inland nation before. There are no trade centres in Amaldir. You can build them. Doesn't say anywhere how you get access to the world market. Or even that I didn't. Maybe I'll try building one of these just to see what happens. So we'll get that after the artillery foundry is done. Meanwhile, my gold reserve pool is almost depleted. However, my deficit would be tiny if I wasn't actually producing anything. I could probably overcome that with another consumption tax. On sugar. So at least I can make a profit now if I need to. Law has progressed into consideration. That's good. Oh. The Louvre Museum was just robbed. Thieves steal jewels of incalculable value in 7-minute heist to the Louvre Museum in Paris. Haven't heard of any heists going on for a long time. But it's fine. The financial districts are now fully employed. The bankers are doing their thing. Okay, so we got the artillery factory, which should, once it's filled up, reduce the cost of the military. What's that? That's up here. Laws progress to adoption. It's going very quickly. And the more money that this building is generating, the more money I'll make. 3,000th most productive building in the world. Merchant marine shortage in the chromium market. We're down to just 5,000 shortage now. Oh, is that because we already finished the trade center? Nothing is being traded, if that's true. It is a building down here. Trade center. So it's still trying to get its employment, which is understandable. I will subsidize these. And the thing you're probably going to need to trade in is going to be merchant marine. Is that something I can buy? Wow, it's really... Oh, yeah, it's expensive here, obviously. Can I make merchant marine without a coast? Airship towers produce it. Tuavarod produces it. Not at the moment it doesn't. might be because I don't have any. Mage towers make magical expertise. Yes, they do. I had noticed that. Where can I see my market access? These are things I've never even needed to look at before. I'm a little bit surprised that the vineyards don't produce fruit. Not that I actually have any. So we should get this built pretty quickly. And then at that point we should be able to stop producing anything and then go positive money again. It's still really expensive. And there we go. We have the dedicated police force. And then we need to decide whether we actually want to have anyone in law enforcement. Which will require some more bureaucracy, which is this one. I could also upgrade my education level. That is something I would like to do. Which requires bureaucracy, which requires government buildings. That can wait. I want to see if the Dwavarod actually lets me trade. So I may need to build one here as well. Because at the moment it only produces transportation. It does not say goods production merchant marine. Which is why I kind of wonder if I need a specific upgrade. Although it also provides market access. So you know what, let's build a Dwavarod here as well. Which will hopefully connect. That's a separate place, damn it. It looks like the connection goes directly from there to there, so I'd actually need to put them here. Alright, we're going more into debt. What happened in Paris? Someone stole some stuff from the Louvre museum. Gallery, whatever it is. Museum. Some people going by car. See, there is trade going on. Not in my region. Oh, no, look, see, trade. What do you produce? Coal and iron. Now, at the moment, your coal mines are suffering from lack of productivity, so I'm wondering if I should build up the iron mines here. What's your population? You actually have a massive amount of population. Let's get an iron mine, seeing as iron is apparently really expensive. Anyway, we have now built Dwavarod here. So this increases urbanization. There we are. Basic restoration. Done. So yes, this does in fact produce Matrimony. We just need to remember to restore it in all of our locations. So the dwarves should probably start with a couple of Dwavarod actually built and in restored status. Although the fact that they start with attack is nice. That also means that I no longer particularly care about stock exchange. Let's get rid of that. Right, so then other things are being expanded by the investment pool. What are they building? Coal mines and lead mines. Coal mines? There's no demand for coal. There's demand for iron. No, let's cancel the iron mines. We'll let the private industry do that. Seeing as I have 1.4 million in their investment fund now. And there we go. We should now be at least capable of trading. I do not need this many. They do not actually need to be connected. And I think I'm also going to say I'm not going to subsidize the trade center because that seems to be a lot of money for no real reason. More market access 0. Well, now we know that at least. Magical expertise requirements going down. So how does trade work then if you don't have world market access? I've not been in this situation before. And that's all construction done, so actually I've saved a lot less money. Oh, it's because they're still spending. Crimean Liga Fellowship is formed as a result in the increase of relations. Nice. So yeah, you're paying me 15. Which is paying for that. I now have 3k in interest too. Because we are 1.2 million in debt already. That's rather more than I expected. Maybe we do need to cut down the army. That only decreases the cost by 1.3. Fervently nationalistic armed forces have turned its rhetoric towards Grombar, the province of Western Serpent's Vale. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking about that too. Liberal movement has convened in Amaldir to rally support and publicly discuss the specifics of census suffrage. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Investment rights. Laurent guaranteeing my independence. Sure. Thank you. The Holy See. So Laurent apparently is the Papal States. And now that I'm being guaranteed by Laurent, I feel like I don't need quite as large an army. So we're down to -5. Don't know that I necessarily want to reduce it much more than this. Yeah, I know that, Carnita. The goods, I'm assuming, would still go into my market, though. Also, guarantee of independence from Laurent when I'm next to this. Seems like a pretty decent idea when I am this. Okay, these iron shortages are becoming really quite critical. They're still producing lead mines. No, that was lead, not coal. I would still prefer you to be making coal, iron mines. But the more money I'm losing, the more into debt I'm going, which means the more interest I'm paying, which means the more difficult it will be to recover from this. I was really expecting my finances to be more balanced than they are now, considering I'm not constructing anything. What on earth are we paying for in terms of this? Iron. Is it really just that iron is so expensive it's making everything else more expensive? Yes. Yes, it is. Fine, I'll build a goddamn iron mine. Put me even more into that. Now, the iron mines in different state from where the building sectors are. State to state economy varies. No, they're actually in Amaldir, which is where a lot of my construction stuff is. And where the artillery foundries and stuff are. I already have super high consumption taxes, so I don't really want to do more of that. Increased taxes would increase revenue by 2k. Each of these is actually quite profitable. I'm now actually earning dividends, that's good. But yeah, that interest is going to continue to pile up, and that's going to get more and more difficult to get us out of debt. And Mindman, thank you very much for the 26-month resubscription. Very much appreciate the ongoing support there, Mindman. Currently watching from my attraction. Not sure what you meant by that. 6 more weeks, and then the first of the 2 iron mines I've commissioned will be done. I do have convoys for goods transfer available, so I don't think that the state issues are going to be that big. Because I've also been building Dvarovar roads. Lights. I guess as the population is rising, the number of houses and stuff around are also increasing. Alright, the first one is done. So I'm hoping we see a decrease in the cost of iron. Oh, is it also that we're tariffing this? It's not changing anything because we're not actually trading it. So it's not that. Dye works accident. Several workers died today at the Amaldeer Dye Works when an industrial-sized tub of hot dye accidentally spilled out over the workshop floor and the unsuspecting workers. Everyone dies eventually. Landowners join the Anti-Grombari Society. I'm sure that's going to have no impact on us in the future. Currency standards have been unlocked. By establishing standardized currency, the population can be taxed in uniform fashion, collecting tax via currency rather than labor or goods. That might be important. Because we can do per capita. Although nobody supports this right now. Predicted revenue, 43k. Yeah, we really need to try to get this one. So we need to increase the... Landowners are against it, everyone else is for it. Okay. We are a righteous government. So people apparently quite like us. That's because it's just the landowners in power right now. Long lived, plus 800% character health. Kidney stones, minus 30%. It would need to be a large block going up against them. So who supported? Per capita? Armed forces do, but it's the petite bourgeoisie who support it the most. Landowners and trade unions who oppose it. So I would lose a fair amount of legitimacy. Do it. Are there any agitators who are aspiring for the things I want? Nori Greybeard. So I can't invite anyone. So how's the price of iron? It's dropping. Still a significant amount of demand though. And each level of these mines adds 7 more. Paddle steamer unlocked. Cool. That impacts me not at all. Meanwhile, the investment pool continues to grow. Sugar plantations. Well, I mean, I am taxing it. Atmospheric engine. Excellent. So that is something that we can now apply to our iron mines in particular. Which will double the output of iron. Makes tools more expensive, makes coal more expensive, but we can also increase the coal production. And mithril we would drop to being basically useless, so we're not going to upgrade that. However, we can research something else now. And one of the things we may want is none of those. Banking, extra minting, lower loan interest rate. 32 months to research. Let's get some banks going. I may no longer need these iron mines. Well, I think it does us a lot of favours actually if iron is cheap. Because it means that all of the goods that we're producing will also be cheaper. Oh yeah, oh, that's sugar. These prices also plummeting, but look at that. And suddenly everything gets cheaper. However, we're up to 5k in interest now. Two more weeks, and then we cut out production and we see how this affects our economy. Right, because, yeah, we only still pay half. We're down to -5. If we didn't have the interest, we would be making money right now. We could do another consumption tax. We could do it on opium, which would make us a significant amount of money. Yeah, ban that. And that leaves me out of authority. Still short. Magical reagents lab. That's a thing that exists. And opium plantations. I mean, I don't know how I feel about that one. We're taxing it, so I guess that's good. Are we getting any closer to supporting? Yes. It'll be hard to get through considering the landowners are against it, but I'm going to try. Because that would solve all of my financial issues. Urbanize, Amaldir, patronize romanticism. Arts Academy and traditional art. I don't think I particularly care about that. Urbanize. Have level 5 urban centres. I suspect that all of my territories are incorporated, so we probably need level 10s. So what do magical reagent labs do? Oh, okay. So they use sugar and glass, which it kind of explains why they've been increasing the amount of sugar production to offset the cost of actually creating magical reagents. Okay, fair enough. That is actually completely reasonable. What's this? Northern League. Wants to guarantee my independence also for investment rights. Yes. Hoping that in time we can get an alliance with you. Intensive agriculture has been unlocked. Nice. That is another thing that we could absolutely make use of. Which will increase the amount of fertilizer usage required. Which at the moment we don't have the production for, so I think what we probably need to do is build a fertilizer plant. Which uses sulfur. Do we produce sulfur? I don't think we do. No. So we can't do fertilizer. Which actually is going to significantly screw us for the rest of the game. Because it means we won't be able to use any of the more advanced military attacks either, I think. Goran Grogfarth, leader of the intelligentsia, has made a remarkable play for power in the capital in order to secure a spot for the intelligentsia within the government. Yes. I would like you to grow in power, actually. Publicised accounts of discrimination against ancestor worship people in Grombar have led to the Stonekeepers to align themselves with the anti-Grombari society. Can I... Well, first of all, I can declare a rivalry against you, which I should absolutely do. I mean, it's given me a ton of influence, but I honestly don't know what to do with it. I have so much. May as well just start improving relations with everyone. Furniture manufacturing. 13% success. We've had no setbacks yet. Gromar has suddenly died. Success chance. What's the difference? We need that success chance increased. Yeah, it'll take longer, but I want those success chances. Chromium Liga Fellowship. Embargo Brumbar. Yeah, we can do that. Not trading with them anyway. I'm doing everything I can to piss them off. A series of perceived poor decisions by the liberal movement has led to a notable decrease in the ability to raise money. Give more money. Hamilton become more loyalist. Liberal movement gets funding depleted. Find some alternative sources. I'm sure that won't cause any issues in the future. We're halfway done towards banking. This is one hell of a debate going on at the moment. We are plummeting in the world rankings. I think we started out as 12th, we're now 15th. Probably because my GDP is going meh. Number of radicals is increased by 71,000. Currently at 30,000. I guess that's just because so many radicals as opposed to loyalists. In fact, we seem to be losing a few loyalists. I mean, actually, if we produce more magical expertise, then I could do more spells, and one of them is to increase minting and reduce loan, which would be quite useful. More opium plantations, more cotton. You guys are really liking the plantations at the moment, which I guess kind of makes sense considering it's the landowners doing this. Unfortunately, it also means that they're just using up all of my people. Ooh, tools are expensive. That is something I would like to fix. How's iron? Iron is now a reasonable price. We have a surplus. We have a shortage of tools, so alright. Ah, it's spending money again! This game is kind of boring if you can't build stuff. Wonder how on earth the AI manages Amaldir. It probably would just remove half of the army. So we have a local glassworks. Now is that glassworks paying into... Yes, it is. And reagents... We still have a shortage of, but it's nowhere near as acute. Language in the classroom. Mosmouth Ogre students sometimes use their native language in the Chromium schools. Some have called for teachers to penalise the use of these languages, forcing children to speak the official language of Anbennar. We're all dwarves here. Even the ogres. We're still in the introduction. The success rate's gone down. Trolls Bay or Concord. Who on earth are you? Trolls Bay is these guys. It's here. No, that's John's grave. Where's Trolls Bay? The hell do I care about you? You know what would actually be really cool? Is a converter between Anbennar and Vicky. No idea if even theoretically that's possible. But it probably is. Because he's still using the mechanics of the Anbennar mod. The Vicky one, I mean. I don't actually know if there is a converter between EU4 and Vicky 3. I know there is between 4 and EU2. Oh, but it produces a mod. Well... Because you would want... I think you would need to make a sub-mod of the Anbennar mod, which doesn't include any country histories. So it wouldn't change the map. It would just change the map based on... but you would need to convert cultures and things to the cultures in this. Well, would you? I guess it kind of depends on how things like spells are assigned. And resources. I don't know how any of that's done. I've never tried to mod Wiki. We're back up to 23% success rate, which isn't great. Not great, not terrible. The Louvre robbery happened this morning, 9:30 local time. So they did it in daylight. Huh. And that's gone. No, we're still constructing. So gone up. You're producing another artillery foundry. Interesting. And some more iron mines. That does kind of make sense. Although the number of artillery we've produced has gone, or we're maintaining, has gone down. I haven't seen any big flashpoints or major wars or anything kicking off. Philanthropy. The upper strata have decided to donate generously to the poor. Many among them even advocate for the per capita law, agreeing it would be a fair means of redistributing wealth. Heck yeah. Maximum success chance. Or I could leverage their support, which is a 20% success chance. I'm going to leverage their support. Let's get this thing through. We're back down to minus 5k with a 7k interest. So we would be making money right now if we didn't have that interest. Oh, North Plains. We have a potential war. It's Grombar. Banking. Aha. That helps. Stock exchange is also most of the way done. Central banking would take 6 years. I think we probably want to get some military things, like maybe shell guns. Actually, yeah, unlocks shrapnel artillery after that. Army reserves. Let's go for conscription. Nobody is supporting at the moment. Oh, Magama might be. I'm genuinely tempted to join here. We wouldn't have the support of any of my allies. But we do have 70 divisions that we could bring into this fight. I don't know what their armies are like. Right, so they're going to save here. You know what? I'm going to support you in this. I won. I've never actually interacted with this system before. I generally avoid wars like the plague. Ask for a war goal. Ask to... Turn state? Western Serpent Vale. That's what I'm after. Alright, I'm in. Let's mobilize the army. How do I do this again? I have no idea. I don't usually fight battles. Mobilize, mobilize. I can raise conscripts. And for this fight, I probably need to. So the big army, this one, is going to fight for that. That's not what I was after. So the Chromium Hand is going to deploy to that front. And the Vaskron Guards are going to deploy oh, I see, they're all deployed to the same one. Okay. But I want the Vaskron Guards to be defensive. Now, I thought there was a way of making you fight offensively or defensively. There is, and I am. Here comes a big army. So, time will tell. See how strong the military here is. Army reserves unlocked, so we can conscript more battalions. That came in clutch. Fieldworks. Let's get some more defense, I think. KO, thank you very much for the donation. Appreciate that. Thank you. How's this going? Has anyone else joined? Yes! Magama has. Okay, we might actually do this. Pass law. No, because I'm still trying to get this law to pass. And if my economy ever wants to recover, we have got to get that law to pass. Industrial barriers. Factories in Oslam Azdir have been reported to be placing chromium dwarf people into roles with incredibly poor conditions. So the petit bourgeois loses approval. We are the chromium dwarves. Divisions against our 70. Did we manage to fully mobilize? Assuming we did. Yes. Okay. So what are the numbers looking? 213 against 126. Oh, they have a war goal against me now. War has broken out, and we are trashing our economy during this. Oh, Dervazaton also joined. Right, they're my puppet. Which is... yeah, those guys, okay. Not Crookdom. Alright, battle is joined. I'm trying to click on the battle. Thank you. First battle. We are rapidly advancing. They are charting the terrain. Why are we advancing up here? This is not where I want to advance. I want to defend this. I want to advance in here. Stock exchange unlocked. An organised market where stocks and bonds can be bought and sold. You know what? I'm going to tell Premium Guard. We have 2 commanders. What are your abilities like? I don't have any. I don't know. Smaller battles ongoing. So here we're also losing. Here we're also losing. I don't understand how war in this game works. I really don't. So how about I just go full defense? Because, yeah, my defense sucks compared to their offense. So we need to let them just crash against our front lines. Law debate failed. That's not good. Here we are winning, because, oh yeah, my defense rocks compared to theirs. So we just need to let them basically tire themselves out against our front line. We made a mistake being so aggressive. There we go, there's a victory for us. Not doing that much damage to them comparatively. Because there's no tech difference. Identical. Do I have... Oh, armed forces are not even a bugger. I was kind of relying on the +10 offense and defense that they were going to give me for being loyal. So I need to be promoting you. How do I do that? Nope, I don't know. Oh, that wasn't even me. So I haven't actually won a battle yet. They've already occupied all of this? Ah, jeez, I'm going to be fighting this on my own. They have 4 times more troops here than I do. Not so high. Nagana looks like they're losing hard as well. Adamant defense is better. Oh yeah. Right, not everyone has it. I saw the others had pillage, but they didn't have the adamant defense thing. We're making money! In the midst of the war. Money is good for money is good for business. Yes, clearly money is good for business. War is good for business. I mean, we do have a large military sector, so, you know. 45 defense, that's more freaking like it. Armor's gone. So now it's everyone against me. "64 defense. Ah! Law progressed into consideration. Excellent. Meanwhile, all of the Magama troops are now moving down here. Reinforcements are arriving. And they've pushed in. Just straight up outnumber me 2-1 here. Defamatory article. A newspaper called the Eastern Serpent Vale Globe has printed a bigoted article about chromium dwarfs. I do not have the authority. But I also don't want to suffer all those penalties. Yeah, they're just straight up attacking me 3-1 at the moment. Not much I can do about that, even when fortified. Because at the moment we're just fighting out in the open plains. Like, if this was a fight in the holds, we'd be okay. But this is where the battle is. $124,000 against 13. This is going to go well. This is going to go really well. We could still win. Laws progress to adoption. See, while the war goes on, the people are on our side. They're supporting the government and letting the laws pass. 117 against 2. Where's the rest of my army? Oh, they've died. Right, yeah, that makes sense. So that explains why my costs have suddenly gone down. 120 against 4. We should just piece them out. They're never going to accept that. Wait, did they accept a white piece? And they have actually lost a lot more than we have. Three against 20. Yeah, see, now we're fighting in the tunnels. This is where we excel. There we are. So they need to recruit back up to strength. We're still making money because we're not paying our troops or our equipment nearly as much. Also, the interest payments would have gone down because we got banking, and the minting went up. Similarly, because we got banking. We are now 38th in terms of rank, down from 12th when I started. So this is going well. Maximum success gone by 10, so we're up to 43. Building even more opium plantations, man. You guys are obsessed. It's like you're addicted or something. Oh, Atamarius wants me to drink some tea. I do actually have some left. Cheers. Oop, I missed an event. Oh, you want the corn laws. Any variant free trade. Actually, that'd be quite good. A grain of power, the corn laws, our taxes upon grain imports, have afforded the landowning classes a great deal of economic leverage. We don't have any imports. We can't trade. I definitely do not want them to gain political strength. I'm actually kind of amazed that we suffered no setbacks in the per capita taxation law. Building some more lead mines, building vineyards for the wine production. Meanwhile, the devastation has gone away. We're still losing money. We're down to... oh no, we have 3 million in debt still. GDP went down a chunk, population went down, actually only very slightly. I wonder where the majority of my population are. Yeah. It was actually 1.8 in this. And apparently I have a tiny little position here as well, which I hadn't even realised. Goblins! Victorian goblins! Not something I ever thought I would see. I don't understand this type of warfighting. Neither do I, Smoke Cats. I really, really don't. It's one of my still major problems with Victoria. I don't understand warfare in the slightest, and I don't particularly want to. It just doesn't seem interesting in any way. The Antique Rombari Society has offered us an opportunity to acquire trade privileges from the Northern League. Yes. Policy of the government. Allied to the intelligentsia have released a pamphlet fiercely criticising the government's current policies. Liberal movement, pop attraction. Yes, I want that. To get it away from the landowners. Mining accident. Industrialist political strength. Trade union or rural. Price of the martial industry. Railways are unlocked. Okay. Don't think that really changes anything I want to do. Thorgrim Ogre Slayer has appeared. Hello, Thorgrim Ogre Slayer. Hey, it's Petit Bourgeois. I'm actually completely fine with this. Yeah. How old is the king? The heir is 8. The king is 43. So he's still a young'un, really. Anti-Corn Law League. Led by the Petit Bourgeois. God damn it. Wait, Anti-Corn Law. Yes, we want this. 25% political movement pop attraction. Absolutely, we want that. So what I'm after is trade privileges. Which you're only at a -8 to accept. It's 33. I think that's ever going to pass because the power difference is too great. Although we're going up in the rankings again as our economy, well, as our military recovers. I'm not going to say the economy is because it's not. End of renewable Dameston. To do. I mean, we could continue improving relations with them. Doesn't seem like that's possible. By watching this, you made me play Anbennar, but in EU4, trying out the Iriam to restore the Phoenix Empire. Yeah, one of these days I need to go back to it. It's just, I don't have the time to dedicate to a full playthrough of EU4 at the moment. It just takes too long. Especially with EU5 on the horizon. Story of the highwayman who robs from the rich and gives to the poor. Damaging support for per capita. -10 success chance. More tax waste and standard living. No, we're going to hunt down the sod. What was the outcome? We lost 10%. Damn it. Imperial Circle is formed by Grombar. Okay. A tip there, to get the Phoenix Empire to rise again, you need to burn everything to ashes first. I mean, true. This lore is taking such a long time. When did it start? Probably a year or two ago. Let's hope Warfare in EU5 is better. It is. I can say that quite happily. I don't know how much I can say about EU5, but I can say that the Warfare is better. I actually had some pretty interesting fights playing as England against France. 100 Years' War is quite fun. Mojo, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Good to have you joining us. Still have the root shortage. That's unsurprising. We just had another... it wasn't a stall, it was a debate, I guess. Public address goes awry. What was meant as a routine speech of the merits of per capita was quickly devolved into public relations disaster of the petit bourgeois. So, lose success chance, he becomes a hapless orator, lose attraction, or we gain a setback. We are already in the adoption phase, so I'm kind of okay taking the setback. Because you can get up to 3 of them. And this is the final phase. U5 looks amazing, I'm just concerned with being overwhelmed. Understandable. But there are some pretty good tools to help alleviate that. The automation system is amazing. Anything you don't feel comfortable working with at that time, just automate it. So for example, again in that England game, I just automated everything related with production or trade and focused entirely on the politics and the warfare. No worries, after about 1,000 hours you'll begin to understand the basics. Our deficit continues to rise. We really need this law to pass. Like, our entire future is basically hinging upon that. Because without it, we just don't have the economy to do what? Food industries. I mean, the private people are being really productive. Textile mills, food industries. We just need to come up with like a complete laissez-faire economy. Which will mean getting rid of the landowners. Hey! 25k in the green. That's what I like to see. Oh, and my laundry just finished. I'll be back in just a moment. In fact, let's take a 3-minute break here. If you need to take a break, stretch your legs, grab another drink, whatever you need to do, then now's your chance. Back in 3 minutes. Apparently I cannot roll another advert right now. I'm trying. Oh, there we go. Huzzah! Alright, I'm back. Pause. So now that we're actually making money, I think that we need to spend a little bit of time just letting everything pay off. So I'm kind of tempted to just go speed 5 and just be like brrrp. And we've also started getting a lot more magical essence back, so it's interesting. Generals misfired cannon. An affair between Gutrek Breakbeard and Kildum Hammerbeard spouse have reached our ears, threatening to affect the public image if we don't destitute the general. So he gets syphilis with a 10% chance of getting alcoholic, and then nothing else happens. Stonekeepers lose some interest group approval. Or Gutrek Breakbeard steps down, Kildum gains syphilis, and the Stonekeepers get lauded for integrity for 5 years. I mean, it's only 5 years, and these are two generals who are now fairly experienced. So it's Gotrek, so it's you and then the other general. Oh, these are the traits I was looking for. So as commander, you gain command limit, supply route cost and devastation, long-lived. And Falstad is pious. Morale loss, recovery, kill rate down. Long-lived. Experienced defensive strategist. So he's really good. Falstad is excellent. Falstad's probably the one that we want actually doing the most. And then we have Cardan Calcabol, who is wrathful, who does more morale damage but also takes more morale. Better offense on flat terrain, which is the area that we are fighting in a lot. So actually both of those are quite good. Gotrek was the one that I don't really care about, wasn't it? Yeah, the arrogant pillager. Not that interested in you. Yeah, off you go. Because he was so much better that I might just promote him. There we go. He's now a major general. He can command 60 troops, which he is doing. And his interest group is the rural folk. He's a moderate ideologue, so yeah, it's fine. And he is our experienced defensive strategist, who is also pious, which reduces the morale loss and increases morale loss recovery. So he is fantastic at defending. Relic reverse engineering. Across the Imperial, relics of the past are found, and with them the secrets of the ancients. It is believed that once a civilization learns not only to reflect and respect its past, but also break it down and create something new from the pieces, it can truly move forwards. By studying relics, societies across the cosmos have learned to first replicate, then improve, and as such, Artifice was born. So it unlocks the relic dig site. And universities can get an additional thing. So we go to buildings, go down to the universities. Relic reverse engineering. So this requires arcane curios, which we don't have. So no, we can't do this. However, we can get relic dig sites. Are any of those available? Dames tier? Oh, we can. We haven't actually seen what Dames tiers are used for, though. Oh, artificeries and power stations. Doesn't look like we have any relic dig sites. What would that have been under? There are no relic dig sites in Amaldir, so can't do those. Grombar has rivaled us. They are now antagonistic. Come at me, bro, please. I have an alliance, or I have guarantee from both Lorent and the Northern League. I'm back up to 14th, so we recovered pretty quickly. Black Powder Anbennar versus the Magicratic Domain. Ooh, that's a... What was that? Yeah, it is a war. In which nobody has died. Huh? It's a stare off. Meanwhile, so we managed to pass the law that we wanted to pass. Now we need to try to do this. So we need to enact any variant of free trade. Which is never going to happen. Like, nobody is supporting this. Only the industrialists are supporting it right now. But our trade policy really doesn't matter, because we ain't trading anymore. I have to say, without access to the free to the world market, I really don't understand how trade works. Because it seems like it just doesn't. Fieldworks are unlocked. Oh, there's the extra army defense that we were looking for earlier. Well, we can get the percussion caps, which leads to a bunch of other things. That seems reasonable to me. Let's just get that polished off quickly. Meanwhile, we are down to 2.2 million in debt. Our interest payments are down to below 5k. Krakdumvor has withdrawn from the Northern Hold Pact. Oh, no, wait, that was damaging. I cannot improve relations with you. Oh dear. There's a power play going on between Laurent and the Northern League. In fact, Northern League's at war. Who are you at war with? Oh, this is the war. Well, that's not good, because Cromwell has come for me in that meantime. There's the percussion cap, so we can now get the munition plant. However, if memory serves, munitions plants require explosives, require fertilizers, require sulfur. Consumption's explosives. Consumption fertilizer and sulfur. Fertilizer also consumes sulfur. We have no source of sulfur. So the fact that we can't trade with anyone either means we are screwed. Because I have capacity, I can trade now. So how does this work? Or does it just not? Sulfur. You need trade centres, and trade centres need merchant marine to work, and that needs ports, which means you need a coast. Trade centres consume merchant marine, which are produced by Dwaravad, both of which I have. I have trade centres. Somewhere. Oh, it was in here, wasn't it? There it is. And the Dwaravad produces... Oh, it's not turned on to it, but if I restore the trains, it produces... Oh no, that's not it. That's it. Basic restoration produces convoys. Yeah, it produces merchant marine. So I have everything I need. It's just not actually given me access to anything. Not trading with the world market on account of not having a trade center. Trade center. Building an Amoraz. Yeah, that one wasn't, but one of the other ones is. So I am producing Merchant Marine, hence this number up. No one's working in it at the moment, yeah, but I can easily subsidize it and then it will. Still need to make a transit treaty with a nation that has access to the sea. Yeah, which is nobody around me, except Cromwell. So I could do through you. Actually, I could go one. No, one. Is there a connection between you two? Unfortunately, I don't think there is. No. Need to go through Spider Roach as well. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Where are the other markets? Because I would assume that you trade between markets. Which each country has individually. Wait, I do have sulfur mines. You're not going to have much population. I'll go with you. Oh, these guys are still colonizing. Which is what these things are. So they're still technically colonizing the caverns around them. I don't get it. But hey, if I can build my own sulfur mines, then that's all I really care about. Conscriptable battalions doesn't actually seem to have done anything. General staff unlocks skirmish infantry, which is the next unit upgrade. Let's get those. $1.25 million left. Interest payments are down to 2.5. At this point we can probably start actually thinking about what to build again. I mean, we're already actually getting the sulfur mine, so we're already building stuff. Such a huge surplus of opium. Because the investments just keep on building. We're building more Dwara ahead, which is fun. Actually, a shortage of more. Oh, mage towers produce relics. guess they do. And they consume magical reagents. And they produce magical expertise. I think we need some more mage towers. This is going to go into a high population place. Come on. And how's the magic reagent situation? Because I know we built some more stuff for them. We have a slight shortage? Not a huge one. And having virtually paid off this debt now, we can probably think about expanding our construction industry. And our military. We should probably do that. Monument to the King. The statue to Threra as Ugungur has been commissioned and it's been suggested to be displayed proudly in the Eastern Serpent Vale. Yes. Stream isn't appearing in stream VODs. Yeah, I don't think it can until the stream is actually finished. The Belloc, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Debt free! We did it! Only took us 11 years. Hold on, game complete. Yeah, it kind of feels that way. So how much gold reserve can we actually maintain? Because I think there's a 10 million limit in vanilla. But I'm not sure how much it is here. But anyway, we want to build another construction sector. We can even prioritize it. Yeah, we can get that built pretty quickly. And then we'll do the Major Tower and then the sulfur mines, because once the sulfur mines are done, this is where things really start to get interesting. Because we are going to want a fertilizer plant. Now, if we're making the sulfur down here, maybe we put this fertilizer plant there. Gonna let explosives factory. That will put there. Then a munitions plant. And that's an entire production chain set up for future usage. And then the next thing I want to do is stop charging consumption tax on groceries. We're making that much money from opium taxes? Wow, people are actually buying that? Why? You're silly. I think these other taxes I'm okay with. You know what? I'm going to remove the liquor tax because we're dwarves. Punch card artificery has been unlocked, so we can get growth beans for all of our farming. Okay, what's that gonna mean? Oh, the gold mines can have atmospheric engine pumps. Yeah, do that. And rail transportation. How does this benefit me? Consumes less tools and coal. Oh, uses less labourers. Okay, so we only need the railways if we're actually running short of people, which right now we're not. Growth beans. Requires artificery doodads and sulphur. How do we get artificery doodads? From the doodad artificeries, obviously. Do I even have that? That is not a building I remember seeing. But it is. Requires Dame's Tier, iron, and magical reagents. So there's a requirement of Dame's Tier. So no, we can't really get the bean thingamablobs until a bit later. The other construction I wanted, or production I wanted to do was get some more of these. And the Vaskron guards. Why are you attempting? Oh, you become an engineer. Oh. You're the open terrain commander. Well, we definitely want to increase the amount of artillery you have. Okay, that is a huge expansion of our armed forces. But with my two main allies fighting each other right now, I feel like this is an investment we kind of had to make. Gold! That's it. Yeah. Gold fields cannot be constructed. I don't know what that means. Demonsterization diplomacy has been unlocked. Infamy decay goes down. Concord of the Holy See and Busala. Harvest condition. Oh, we have a swarm. Unique subspecies of the common roach. In iridescent scale, scatter the light of the serpent spine, rendering the roach virtually invisible to the naked eye. Scissor-like jaws have evolved to cut through stone and metal with relative ease, an adaptation due to their diet composed of resilient fibrous serpent bloom and cave coral found abundantly within the serpent spine. Not ideal. But yes, it does look like there is indeed a maximum amount of gold that you can maintain. I've never really understood why there's a maximum gold reserve. Particularly when it's as low as it is, which I think is 1 million. But I'm trying to spend it. I guess I could reduce taxes? You're welcome. Landowners petition the government. They want agrarianism. Absolutely fucking not. Against the odds, despite not enjoying full rights under Crimean law, some wealthier Rosterode goblins have begun moving into the neighbourhoods and frequenting establishments they would normally be excluded from. Bourgeoisie lose interest group pop attraction, which actually now I don't care so much about. Because they got the government law passed that I needed them to pass. So we can go back to the landlords being the complete controllers. Because right now the government is really low. So maybe we go with landowners and stonekeepers? Because I don't want to give all of the power to the... Gaining radicals. We have a lot of radicals. But part of that was probably because they were poor, and GDP should now be rising pretty rapidly. In fact, it is, because I lowered the taxes. Also, we have a ton of authority. Right, I totally forgot about authority. You have decrees. Manufacturing definitely goes here. I'm thinking maybe social mobility as well. So I don't really care about their loyalty anymore. So we'll go ahead and let them be loyalist. Disreputable bookkeeper. Bookkeeper in government administration employed by a Crimean League of Fellowship is under investigation for bribery. So we gain legitimacy. The appeasement of the Crimean League of Fellowship goes down. Or the intelligentsia become more loyalist and interest group. You know what? I'm sure it was just a clerical issue. It's just good business. It's fine. What are you making? The thing you just built. Oh, it was 7 Bloom Farm. Fair enough. Well, Grombar's at it again, and I didn't join in this time. Bugger. Because Callisto is actually quite big. This time, I think I would have put up a better fight. Although my military is still recovering, we haven't quite reached that level yet. Tempted to build yet another construction thing. Well, you know what? Let's increase the budget of the military and the government. Because we're about to fill up our gold reserve. What I don't understand is what determines the limit. Because my credit is 10 million, but my gold reserve is only 1. Fruits and sectors are making me more money. Oh no, research. I could be making another 4k because this is lowering off. Going down every day because we literally just can't store the money anywhere. What a turnaround. Why not upgrade construction? I don't think it can be upgraded. What's that? Oh, it can. Fabrication spells will require a bucket load more magical reagents. Would actually reduce our reliance on many other things, especially iron. No, we have a lot of iron. We don't have much magic. Although actually, magical expertise is now positive. Hold on. There was a spell I wanted to do. It was... At the time it was this, but I don't actually need it anymore. More home defense. Iron and steel output. More construction. Construction good cost reduction. I am tempted by the earth shape of fortifications. Oh, it's one or the other. Okay, so you pick one from here, one from here, and one from here. See. And you can only level up the level if you have the expertise required. Okay. So then, yeah, I think the imbued stuff is just better. Me or them? Orin Dwinodum, leader of the landowners, has had enough compromising with the coalition partners. He has demanded that either the collaborators follow his orders or the landowners will never approve of their changes. I'm quite happy to reduce your approval. ridiculous things. Whichever way forwards, the attitudes of the landowners towards Grombar are growing more apathetic. The leadership has begun to discuss reassessing the group's support for the anti-Grombari society. No, I think that you want to remain in the anti-Grombari society. The entire political apparatus of the state is currently aligned towards resisting Grombar. There's not actually any demand for munitions yet, is there? No, but there will be. Very, very soon. As soon as I've got General Staff, in fact. Speaking of which... something I completely forgot to look at were these. Grocery up, yeah, that's all stuff I can afford. I do have sugar. I have opium. Do I really want to give them opium, though? Probably not. I can give you liquor. Your dwarves is like a dwarven right. What's my sugar? Because I know that we were actually producing a huge amount of sugar because my people kept on building plantations. Look, we have an enormous amount of opium available, so we could give the army opium. Where's the sugar? I know I've probably scrolled past it 3 times now. There it is. Yeah, we have a huge surplus, so let's give them sugar as well. Let them have their opium too. It seems like a terrible idea. You want investment rights in exchange for the guarantee of independence. I will continue to do that. Huzzah! Kalinus, 2, coming in with a 63-month resubscription. Thank you very much for that, Kalinus. 2. Very much appreciate that. Thank you. The Screw frigate has been unlocked. Completely pointless for me. General Staff, here it is. Right, construction centres, the other one. I probably do actually need to build some more. Where's the barracks? There's the barracks. We want general training, definitely. And yeah, I could build motors now. I should probably do that. The army. Is already set to skirmish, which requires munitions. Wait, no, they're not. Line infantry. Are they going to upgrade over time? Oh, you can't do it yet. Not for like 6 months, 7 months. However, we have a new technology slot, which I'm thinking will probably go for the shell guns that we can upgrade to rifle. Oh, we can already get rifle. This would allow the arms industries to start producing rifles, which requires steel, which I don't produce yet. But we are like the perfect place to produce steel. We have a lot of iron and a lot of coal. So we could definitely do that. These dames too. Let's get the shell gun and probably breach loading. Although that's way ahead of time, so maybe not. Rifling. Rifling's already quite far ahead of time. So we'll just do shell gun in the distance. And I also want to take a look at the conscription buildings, which aren't actually a thing. Steel mill. Steel mill is something I do want to get built after everything else. And that can probably go in Verkal Vaskron. Do we want to build more construction? Like, even though I'm absolutely pouring money into my military right now, we're still making a lot of cash. Grombardi Half-Orc National Awakening has begun. How easy is it to do overhaul mods like Anbennar and Vicky 3? To do how? To make them? I don't know. I'm not on the Vicky team. Not on the Anbennar or Vicky teams. So I'm afraid, yeah, I just don't know. What's the price of artillery at the moment? It's gone up, but it's still not excessive. There's a slight shortage. We should probably actually go through and just see if there's any upgrades we can do. Like food ones, for example. Which... Ah, that's for... Well, actually... Let's have you doing patent stills. Textile, nothing. Furniture manufactories are doing some of both. Glassworks are all over the freaking place. Mushroom farms could do growth beans. If we did that, that would require the doodads, which we do not actually have access to right now. You could do barbed wire, which is extra iron, which we could absolutely afford. That reduces the number of labourers you need. We're not currently short on people. Wool gathering consumes more grain, which we can do. Sulfur mines can do the atmospheric pump, absolutely. Lots of places can do rail transportation. Urban centre for the public trams, not yet. You could do basic restoration, but no real need for it because we don't actually use convoys for anything. Speaking of which, I am still subsidizing the trade center. I mean, it's giving me full free urbanization, which I guess is nice. But soon enough we'll have the munitions plants ready. At which point we can then start upgrading all of our infantry. Just skirmish instead of line. Maybe I should build another library. Not library, university. Yeah, I like that idea. Let's go development, university. All of the ancestors where the university is. So where are we doing the decrees at the moment? Let's cancel the social mobility now. Alright, so we have got the ability to do all of the upgrades to skirmish infantry. Which initially is going to be super expensive in terms of munitions and small arms. But that's basically going to kickstart all of those industries that we just built. Which will be another source of income. Government contracts. Oh, we're going to go into the negative? Nope. There goes the money kicking in. It may go negative a little bit because of just the sheer number of soldiers we're building at the moment. Bambaldir is rearming. Conscientious topics. An event organised by the Liberal movement transformed into a brawl as opponents of the movement infiltrated the crowd. When the police arrived, no participant was willing to give a consistent statement. Time to cool off. Anti-Grombari Society has requested we declare a rivalry. We have one. Or did that get lost? We're losing money! We also have 8k in unrealised taxes, but we're losing money! Alright, let's get some more government administration going. All of the ancestors. Yeah, this is where all of the education's happening, so let's go ahead and just build 2 there. And let's get those built ahead. Those buildings. The farming boom, encouragement of agricultural development in eastern Serpent's Vale has led to a small spike in production of the livestock ranches. Nice. So we should get the university. Elemental elicitation unlocked. 25% higher resource discovery chance. Allows the establishment in colonies and states with Deathwind. The foundation of magic has always been about harnessing the elements. Before, a mage was required to channel the elemental planes, but now we've cracked it and cut out the middleman. The answer? Mathematics. The planes of existence follow their own laws. Where it is left is up and down is green, but there is one universal constant, it seems, and that is mathematics. Yes, that is something that we had been kind of sleeping on, which requires more bureaucracy. Okay, we really need to invest in our bureaucratic establishments. Maybe I'll actually prioritize those too. Doesn't take long. Doesn't take long at all. And then the buildings which are doing the you use dyes, which we already use a lot of. Oh, we produce. Oh no, you're producing dyes in the mage tower. Oh, I see. You can either do dyes, silk, or rubber. No, I don't need that. We produce dyes already. What was I looking at? I was looking at the government administration buildings. But no, nothing I can really do to improve that. Gold is depleted in the Limonite caves. Okay. I'm watching the bureaucracy thing up there. I think that I might need some more bureaucrats. Especially if I want to increase the education spending. Yeah, let's get another one, maybe two. Government administrators here in Hall of Ancients. Because they get built so quickly, I'm totally fine making them top prior. So we want 82 bureaucracy to be able to do this. Let's start upgrading our government. Why not? Ever-increasing influence. Members of the Anti-Grombari Society have discreetly dispatched one of their number to amplify the mission in Amaldir's most widely read newspaper. Appeasement changes. Don't actually know what appeasement is. So it increases the happiness of their members, whoever happens to be a member. Which for the Anti-Grombari is the landowners, the army, and the church. I mean, actually, I'd like to support both of these, to be honest. Should probably look more closely at them. Right, ever-increasing influence. Yes, I'll do that. Recent investments in Eastern Serpentine towards the livestock ranches brought into question who should get credit for the boosted investment. So the landowners, definitely not. The farmers, maybe. I'll give credit to the farmers. Is Vicky 3 good yet? I am the wrong person to ask about that working at Paradox. Chat, however, can tell you. Okay, so the barracks are now being set up. The institutions are being upgraded. We have the spare bureaucracy now, which is great. And our army is being expanded very rapidly. Now, the new units that I'm making, are they coming in as skirmish? Yes, I think they are. Yes. Excellent. Ooh, Grumbar has subverted both of those. Ooh, Northern League's over there too. Interesting, interesting. Vivian Empire. Who the hell is the Vivian Empire? No idea. I don't even know who formed Black Powder Anbennar. Capital's Dames tier, but I doubt that's the Dames tier merchant family. Antagonistic. How strong is your military now? 185 versus my 90, so you still outnumber me 2-1. But the question here is whether I have better units now. Because I might. And my ranking is skyrocketing as all of this is happening. Now that my economy is being sorted, the Chromium Laurentish Fellowship. Comprised of landowners, okay. Ah, here's the happiness of each. I don't actually remember how big this army is becoming. Another 13. So 45. At which point I'll be at 105. And at that point I might actually be able to start taking Grumbar on. Shellgun allows me to get smoothbores in the artillery production. Which I would say, go for it. Oh man, that's massively increasing the artillery use. Logistics have been unlocked, so we get even more conscriptable battalions. And the new tech. Triage gives access to first aid, which uses opium, which we have a lot of. Portable turrets. Mobilization option. Plus 10 defense. Just straight up plus 10, however, it uses doodads, which we don't have any of. Bulletproof exosuits. Minus 20% casualties taken, plus 10 defense. Also uses doodads, though. We're gonna need to get some doodads in production, I think. But in the meantime, I think I would like to get rifling. We're really investing in our military at the moment. Oh, a negative bureaucracy again, which is not ideal. Let's go build up some more government administration buildings. Meanwhile, the barracks that we're building are very nearly actually done. We're 8th. My prestige is skyrocketing at the moment. Look at that GDP rise too. And the top 7 are the great powers. Grombar is 5th. What's this? Oh, it's not living. Grombar's standard of living is incredible. Hey, it's Koboldan. Where are you based? That's right. Electrical reagents and iron are expensive. Man, iron again? Really? And yet we are still making a ton of money. Education investments completed. That is good, because the bureaucracy is here to go up again. So what have I done to this game? Is it a mod of some sort? I mean, the world map should be slightly different. This is Anbennar. This is the EU4 mod Anbennar, which is basically Fantasy Europa Universalis in Victoria. So it's Fantasy Victoria. Oh no, small country took my place. How could they? Well, we're still building up the barracks. Literacy rate is rising. GDP is skyrocketing. And I've overtaken Trolls Bay in terms of prestige. I'm 7th, behind Grombar. We caught you! This little guy has just got this. The power of dwarves! We're very nearly fully militarized. There's the last barracks, then we've reached the level that I wanted to achieve. There it is. 105 divisions. And that is basically the level that we can afford. Although the military building goods are probably really expensive at the moment, so ammunition's not too bad. Artillery's still remarkably cheap. Small arms, still quite cheap. Although those prices have definitely been rising. Coal is expensive. So's iron. Okay, well, we can fix those. In fact, you're already working on the iron mines. These are not crazy problems that cannot be dealt with. Opium addiction. Rust Road Goblin people are experiencing severe effects of opium addiction. The use and abuse of the substance is spread throughout the Queening Westworld. Yeah, now that my army's openly using it as well, it's probably not ideal. But I blame that entirely on the landowners, who are a great power, who have been rapidly expanding the production of that stuff. Okay, now that I'm a great power, can I do a power play, whatever they're called? This is the stage where I know a lot less about how this game actually works. Not applicable. Lauren is allied to Grombar? Well, that changes things. Why would you do that? And where is that? Oh, the defensive pact. And Lauren has an alliance, the Busalar. That does kind of make sense. What on earth is Zaran? I can't pick a side. Basically need to wait for them to try and pick on Magarma again. But the fact that Laurent is allied with Grombar means that there is nothing militarily I can do at the moment, at least until that alliance breaks. Grombar I could probably take. No. Laurent at the same time? Hell no. Anyway, university is being built, then we'll get the sulfur mines and the steel mills after that. I have ways that I can save money if I need to. Particularly because my taxation level is still low. Yeah, look at the rise of the GDP. These established to be good. Is there anything else I want to do heal-wise? Oops. get the National Guard. The revolutionary stuff doesn't seem to be that much of a problem for us. How do you get conscripts? Yeah, I should probably also try to get some doodad artificeries going. That's another thing I should try and build. This should probably... And then you require Dame's tier. Which we actually have a mine for, so that's fine for now. So is there anything that I have that's like crazy expensive? Coal? Wine? Luxury furniture? Munitions? Curios? Water tube boiler, upgrades for mines and for factories. You know what the other thing I need is a motor. Industry. Because yeah, we don't have any of those. This one... Why are they making money here? But not here. Oh, it's because the price of steel is higher. Yeah, but steel is actually going to be produced there, so I think we do want to put you in that location. Steel mill, doodad artificery, and motor industry. Let's do the motor industry first, because these two will feed off of each other. And then we can also start upgrading these, which requires doodads and then produces more steel, so that's not really relevant. Water tube boiler, however, uses more tools and coal and iron. Water tube boilers we could definitely make use of. But for that we 100% need more coal and more iron. So let's look into doing that. Coal mines. Where are the most productive coal mines? Dervazatoon. Kind of okay building in my puppets territory because they're going to belong to the same market. Realism has been unlocked. An artistic movement seeking to portray reality accurately, avoiding romanticizing or exaggerating the subject. So it's the opposite to this mod then. And it's actually kind of a good point because I'm getting hungry and reality calls. So I think I'm going to call this one here. Thanks everyone for watching. Hope you've enjoyed it. Hope you have. If you have, someone playing Anbennar Vicky, who are we? Hope we're not human. We are not. We're the Chromium Dwarves of Amaldir. These little tiny purple guys who are trying to pick a fight with the big grey guy at the top. So yeah, thanks everyone for watching. Hope you've enjoyed this. If you have, be sure to hit that follow button to get notifications when I'm live again in the future. If you've really enjoyed this and you would like to support the channel, then please do consider subscribing. Helps the channel out, lets me do more of this kind of content. Or you can, of course, check out the Patreon at patreon.com/MortarViking. For those of you watching on the YubTubs, you can also find this over at twitch.tv/MortarViking. That's it for me. I will not be here next week. Going to be away on vacation for next weekend. So next stream will be the weekend after that, at which point a bunch of things I think will have released or will be releasing. And yeah, things are going to get kind of crazy for a few weeks. I have no idea how I'm going to find the time to play all the games I want to play. But we'll manage somehow, even if it's not immediately. Yeah. That's it. And I'll see you next time. Until then, bye-bye.